Alright, everything's set up now, so we're going to go and get started. So I mentioned this in the guild chat, if people are watching from the guild. I'm making a mod of my own, and one of the things I've been working on is like making it easier to find your way through a path, and including like my public paths and stuff in in the mod itself. So I actually don't want iron here, so let me change that. Now we're on the coal path. So this has been kind of a set of coordinates. It's not even a complete set. It's only about 190. There's probably a lot more in this area if we ever get to it. But the idea is that we're trying to find, the easiest path between points. That's one of the things that the mod does too, is like we can just collect all the points now instead of having to try to optimize them ourselves. We just get all the points and let the computer do it when the mod is loading. And that seems to be working fairly well. It's just doing like nearest neighbor, so whatever point you're at, it tries to find the next closest point when it's building the path. But you can see here we have a distance only on the point that we're interested in. It's a different color than all the other paths, like the one that we're going to next. So that makes it a little bit easier to see. We'll also limit the number of paths points you can see in the path, so that you can only you don't have as much clutter. Like you actually see all the points instead of just a big blur of yellow and red, which is what you see with some of the other mods like SkyTills and SkyBlock, and you have a lot of points in there. So it's kind of just like a helpful mining-oriented path-making setup to make this a little bit easier to kind of track what you're doing and make sure you're hitting the points that you want to hit, and making good decisions and being efficient with your time. And one of the things I've been planning to do with this is go through these coal paths and just work on my coal collection. I'm up to about 50 million coal right now, which put me in the top 1,000 for coal, but it's not where I want to be long term. Ideally, I'd be top 10 in coal, but that's like 380 million collection. So it's going to take some grind to get there, but this will make grinding it a lot easier at least. But that's one of the reasons why I haven't been streaming as much lately. I've been trying to figure out how to make mods, find the pieces I needed. A lot of the mods, for 1.89, it's old in terms of like the more modern versions of Forge. So like all the documentation's old. You have to like hunt down stuff in forums. I had to track down a post from 2013 on how to do the points like this to actually render the points. So there's a whole lot of kind of just digging around and doing research to find this stuff. But I'll probably eventually release this, at least with my public paths in it. I don't know if I'll include this coal path as part of that. I might have just a different coal path. I keep this one for myself, but yeah, I just want to make it kind of easy. One of the problems is like, the different versions of the mods, like SkyTills and SB and whatnot, they change their formatting sometimes. Like I think SkyTills, someone told me SkyTills paths that I had made before don't work anymore because they don't load correctly. Like it has the label at the end now, or at least in the version this guy was using. So there's some things like that I'm gonna have to like sort out long term. But I mean, you can kind of see just how convenient this is. Basically we're being able to see very easily where we need to go next. It's not hard to find the path in the middle of a bunch of labels and stuff. Sometimes these get affected by other rooms being around, like 21 should have a bunch of coal here. And I suspect there's probably a room nearby that's wiped it out. Probably the same thing for 22. We're probably like a couple blocks above or below a generated room. But for the most part, this works pretty well. I've been testing it for a little while. You can kind of see what the problem we used to have. Like when you have a name or any kind of like a large number of path labels, they get kind of blurred together and messy, and it's just not easy to find what you're looking for. Why am I not finding anything here on this one? Not too worried about it. Like there's so many. There's like 194 points in here that losing a couple of these is not going to matter at all. Another thing I can tell, I'm near a generator room. My mole is not just cutting through this stuff. Usually it cuts through it really quickly. But if you're near a generated room, it only, will break one block at a time. That's one of the ways to figure out if like you're running along and all of a sudden you run into a bunch of blocks, it won't break consistently. That's because you're near a generated room. This could be a bowel somewhere. I don't hear any bowel noises though, so it's probably not bowel, but it could be like one of the Yogg rooms that ate all my little coal points here. So mining coal is, the question was why coal mine? And really it's just because one here. So something I added, I'm not going to bother digging into that one because I know that that's probably in that zone that was eaten by the room. But I added a command now so I can set my, or find the next closest point just by doing next. Now my 31 is set. So it is Bal. I can hear Bal now. Like it must be above. Yeah, so there's Bal right up there. So that's why all those points got eaten. So anyways, the question was why coal? And really the answer is it's still about 20 million coins an hour for me, which is less than Jade's fairly significantly, but it's also easy to get the collection pretty high. Like I'm doing, every time I go through this path, I think it's about 1 million more of the coal collection, or if not more than that, maybe even 2 million. I haven't done it. I haven't actually checked the collection levels in a while. So it's a pretty fast rate of grinding the collection, and the highest coal collection, like number one in coal collection, is only like 380 million, I think. So theoretically, I could catch up to that fairly quickly with this setup. We're down in the Bal turf. We're at a height that Bal works for this particular path, and so we get more fortune on all the coal blocks, and we're getting basically just a lot of coal. And there's options for coal. So like if you do some of the things, you can only, like mithril. Obviously, you can only sell mithril for the price. You might be able to sell beacons. Maybe. Sometimes they sell, sometimes, a lot of times they don't. It takes forever. But one of the things that you can do with coal is make enchanted lava buckets, right? So you'll see I'm occasionally grabbing some iron, just like a little bit of iron. I don't want to get a bunch of iron because it doesn't make as much financial sense as coal. But if the coal price is down, I can sell enchanted lava buckets, right? If the coal price is up, I can sell coal, or coal blocks, right? And it just kind of gives me some flexibility in like what I'm going to be able to sell the items for. But generally speaking, like I don't really care too much about that. I'm not really looking for the money aspect of it too much. I'm looking at the collection and trying to catch up and get into a higher level in the collection. Boy, there's just like a bunch of rooms all over here. There's 45. That Bal really just kind of ate into my turf here. Usually I go through this and I don't have any kind of problems at all. Like you'll see there's a ton of these points that just don't have any coal because the Bal room's there. Alright, Duck, I'm not going to rate any profiles because it doesn't really make a lot of sense to do that. I don't have any point of comparison. Like, I don't know what your goals are, so I can't really say what, whether or not you're on the way to get your goals or not. Also, the question of, like, what aspect of your profile are we rating? Are we talking about how good it is for combat? Are we talking about like doing dungeons? Are we talking about mining? There's just things like that are variable from profile to profile, so it doesn't really make sense. like progression overall, you just look at your skill average, right? That's like the global progression. You can look at your bank account, but really it's what counts for progression, like in terms of like the various weight systems, you know, is you know, doing your slayers, doing your you know, all your different skills, things like that. Sorry, I had to let a cat out of the room. So I have no idea what place I am in mining. So right now I'm number 785 in coal. That's going to go up pretty quickly as I do this. In terms of overall mining, it should be somewhere in the 30s. Number 34 now. It used to be number 6 at the peak, but now I'm you know, down to 34. It's because I stopped exclusively mining mithril, you know, when the hollows came out. So I didn't get quite as much XP as other people were. So anyways, the point with you know, having these navigable points, being able to set the next point and all that for this mod I'm building, you know, is to kind of deal with the rooms like when you have Val and you run into Val and you know a bunch of your points are in the Val area, you can just go over to the next point behind it and you know, pick it up there. When I was testing this recently, you know, I kept running across some rooms that you had to either run through the entire room, like trying to hit all the points, or you know, it wasn't very easy to see where you're going next. If you had to like skip, you know, the next point. So that's where this little system to like tell you what exactly is your next point and be able to, you know, say I need the next point from the place I'm at, you know, that sort of thing. It's made it a little bit easier and faster. So I can get through about 190 points of coal in about 35 minutes. I think the last time I tested it. So and that, you know, goes up and down, just depends, because sometimes you'll follow veins and you know, you'll see something you missed before that's not completely marked. Sometimes I might go follow the iron and redstone and stuff above up, and if I do that, I'll run across more coal, and it's just kind of an ongoing thing. So it's kind of sporadic how long it takes to go through this. But generally, for the most part, you know, it's about 35 minutes for the path that I currently have. I'll probably want to get a longer path eventually. To find these paths, basically, Indigo and I go through an entire area and, you know, mine out all the blocks at one level and look for these points, you know, whether there's coal or iron or whatever else, and then mark them with one of the other waypoint systems. So one of the things I want to add to this new mod is a way to do the waypoints myself, you know, in my own system, because that'll be a little bit easier for, you know, the long term. And since I'm like, so a lot of the waypoint setups are intended to, you know, give a specific point for one specific thing for someone to be able to share it, right? Like I found a chest that has, you know, gemstone powder, and here I want to share it with you, that sort of thing. And since my setup is going to be almost entirely about building up these mining paths, saying like go to this point, then go to that point, so you know, I'll have a little bit of a different mechanism for doing that, which means I'll be able to make it fairly easy. Like instead of having to number the points and label the points and all that other stuff, I'll just add them, and they'll get the next number in the series, right? Like doing things like that is a lot easier if I do it myself. Swag Giraffe Lord, that's X-ray. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do triangulation. You can't do X-ray. these are places that we have actually like gone to ourselves, you know, dug out an area, gone to it and mapped it, right? So it's the same as if like we were just writing down the big list of all these points. So it's not like X-ray or anything like that. It's not like you know, we don't know every possible vein. We don't like, you know, we're not doing any kind of like super, you know, sketchy methods or anything like that. This is all stuff that we've manually done. And it'd be like if I took a list and I, you know, wrote it down in a text file or something, and then I, you know, manually typed it in, or I manually just went down the list, you know, and you know, added other waypoints, you know, kind of thing. So that's one of the goals, is to like only do this when you have actual direct knowledge of the points, you know, or someone has gone through and actually gathered the points. Yeah, I've heard, other people have suggested other different workarounds for that, like finding all the points and stuff. And it's really just once you start doing that sort of stuff, you're a little bit more sketchy than I want to be. We're trying to keep this mostly legit. And you know, that's one of the other things, is like, you know, the question comes up: is this available for every player? You know, like, isn't it an advantage because some players, you know, don't have your mod or whatever? So that's one of the reasons why I might release it like as a public mod. So it's not just like, you know, a group that is having access to something like this. And it's really anyone can use it if they want to. All the mods technically are non-approved by Hypixel, right? Even like SB and SkyTels and stuff like that. So you know, they try to stay within the rules as best they can. Like that's one of the reasons why they don't really have like triangulation features of their own for things like Diana burrows, like the mythological burrows. So anyways, for what I'm doing though, I think it's pretty low key. It's not like anything that's someone else couldn't do pretty easily with an existing mod, or, you know, even if you just wrote down coordinates and pulled up the, you know, F3 menu, right, to go say, where am I? What am I going to? So yeah. Yeah, like some people use texture packs to change their appearance of their you know, ores and things like that, to make it a little bit easier. There was a whole texture pack mod for people who are doing trophy fishing to change the texture of the lava so that that the lava wasn't as hard to look at for long points of time. Some people didn't like looking at the orange. So they made it all like blue blocks or whatever. But you know, those kinds of texture pack things they've been around forever. You know, that's you know, probably not considered against the rules or anything. Now, if you had something that, like, you know, let you see the block from far away, and it was just like, you know, every block in the map, you know, it went through the map metadata and found all the different pieces, you know, that would probably be like cheating, not good. But yeah, for this sort of setup, it's really just kind of a convenience thing. Like, I've gotten to the point on some of my gem paths, like a lot of my gem paths really, where I don't even need the waypoints anymore, right? So like, it's something that if you just did it enough, you would kind of have it all memorized anyway. So like, there's some places in here even I know, okay, I need to go up to this section because there's a big chunk of coal above it, right? You know, even though it's not necessarily marked as a point. So you just kind of learn the map and learn the areas as you get more experience with them. But when you're first learning all this stuff, it's, you know, a matter of digging around, or, you know, having some waypoints. Like, my waypoints have been on the other mods have been in the forums for I don't know how long, right? And obviously don't care that the waypoints are set and being shared. That post is still there in the forums. So the convenient thing with the next waypoint setup, like being able to see the next waypoint you have to go to, is that you can run off somewhere else and easily come back to it. So out of all these other waypoints that are orange and yellow, like as you move away from them or get closer to them, they change colors, but they go away once you're more than like 45 blocks away, right? Or maybe 70. I can't remember how long it is. Some number of blocks away, they disappear. But with the highlighted next block, you can actually see it from wherever you are in the map. One of the things I need to figure out is how to turn it off when you're on a different map. Like my paths still show up. At least the main points show up when you're on a different server right now. Like I could be in the hub and it would still show up. There's some kind of trick to using the scoreboard metadata or the scoreboard data, like the text itself. But you have to like pull out a bunch of color codes and stuff like that to be able to actually use the value. So I haven't really figured that out yet, but that's one of my things I want to kind of fix before I share this with anyone. And the other thing is I need the play paths, the mining paths to be play tested. So I'll probably need some alpha testers at some point to be able to figure out, do they make sense? Do they need more points? Is a better path option out there, or even in I have a couple sets of paths, so some of them may be better than others. Some things aren't great, like mithril. I don't really have a good mithril path right now. Don't really have a good sapphire at bow height, at least. Which you want to do sapphire at bow height partly because the treasure chests will have robot parts in them sometimes, right? So you want to do powder grinding while doing coal. It'd make a lot of sense to maybe do it in the sapphire area, right? It really depends on what your goal is. So we might have a paths that are good for kind of grinding coins while grinding chests for powder as well. Might be a setup where it's like max money or alternative money. A lot of people can break coal. A lot of people can't break the gemstones very easily, right? So it may make sense for some people to have coal and iron and stuff, redstone, as their main thing that they mine while they're building up their powder collection to be able to mine gems efficiently. I was amazed that I'm still playing this game. Yes, I'm still playing not just Minecraft, but Hypixel SkyBlock. There are a lot of people who play Hypixel SkyBlock though. So here we're coming up on another generated room. You can see how it suddenly changed from digging by large areas of mole. It dropped down to one block at a time. So there's a room around here somewhere that we're going to probably run into. Or maybe not. The generated rooms a lot of times are you catch the bottom and the top of them and it still does the same kind of behavior where it stops the mole from working. One of the ways you can find the king and queen is just digging around until your mole stops working, if you're doing it in goblins. One thing I haven't really figured out is a good approach for not having the path cross over itself. For the most part, it's pretty good at not doing it by itself, but I feel like there's still some tweaks we can probably do there to make it a little bit more efficient and not, it doesn't backtrack much, right? You're pretty much going continuously from one point to the next. But there are a couple of places where you cross over the path to get to the next. And I think those are, right now, they're actually fairly optimized. It's pretty correct that you would go from that one particular place to the next. but I still feel like there should be a way to like avoid having to cross your own path before. Problem is that we're not logging like the points in between each of these, right? We're looking at the path itself as a set of points. So it's kind of hard to, know if you're going to cross over. Like there'd be a lot more calculations you have to do to figure out if you're going to cross over a particular path as you went along. And I just don't have the math for that right now. So I probably need to do some more research on that. Vision asks yet again, why coal? Mostly it's because I want to get the higher coal collection, but I also want to make some coins while I do it. So it's about 20 million an hour if I consistently grind the coal and get some iron and make enchanted lava buckets and stuff. So it's not bad. It's comparing to gems like sitting in the mines of Divin grinding. It's a little worse, right? Not a lot worse. But I'm also getting the coal collection as I go. So I don't know about XP though. It might be hard to say because you have Efficient Miner going, right? So you're getting a lot of XP from Efficient Miner. You're getting some XP, every time you break a block. Like let's see here. So like these are 10 each, right? But they also break a lot faster. So it's kind of going to be a question of like the overall time. I should probably time that and see like if I'm actually making more mining XP per hour going after the coal. Coal is such a low mining XP block though. I don't know if it really makes sense. But then again, there's a lot of it, right? You can see these clusters are pretty big as we get to them. So it actually may be comparable mining XP for like gemstones. I don't know if it would be better than mithril. I feel like mithril is kind of like the king of all mining XP methods. And I think it's intended to be that way, but you see how some of these just like keep going and going and going. And that's actually fairly common. So you get other stuff too. The one problematic thing is actually, you do this an hour or two and you fill up your enchanted mining sack with enchanted coal. So, dealing with all the different items you have and selling them off, in the bazaar, sell orders would be more efficient than instant selling, but instant selling is a lot more convenient. So it's going to be one of those questions of like, do you make more money instant selling, or sorry, make more money taking the time to sell them as other items, or do you make more money because you get back to mining coal faster, if you just instant sell? That's probably another thing to try out. Like how much money it costs me to not be mining while I try to make sell orders in the bazaar. And, for coal especially, right? It's like not necessarily going to be the missed by. Somehow I dug through all this area and I never actually went to this next point. That was all coal that came off of that first point there, the 138 point. Yeah, for people who don't have a lot of mining gear or high-level mining gear, right, the coal is going to break really quickly. It will probably be a little bit slower just because the mole factor, right? I have like maxed out mole, so I'm digging through this stuff pretty quick. I'm able to get around and move around and see other things. So that might make it a little bit more efficient for me than it would be for someone else. But if you don't have, a good gem mining setup, this is definitely like a decent way to get some extra coins. And like you don't really need a path for a lot of these things too. Like you've seen those clusters that we go through, where they just kind of all are piled together. Even if you don't have like a bunch of path points found, you can just kind of go digging in a straight line until you start finding a cluster and tear through that cluster. You're still going to be getting a fair amount of coins per hour. The stretch between 144 and 146 is a lot longer than I remembered. Oh, and this is one of those areas that has that bell. You can hear it hopping around. probably let that guy know. There was someone who was asking where Bal was. Like if you don't have, you know, high efficient miner, you could sit here and do with mineral armor. You could do almost the same thing with coal, right? So I think it's probably a pretty good tactic for people who have lower levels, at least compared to trying to do some of the gems, you know, other than ruby, right? That take a little bit longer to break, and you have to have a fair amount of power to be effective at it. All of these are that same area with Bal. Running into that gem. So 156 is a ways away. When we get to the end of this coal path, I'm going to check my collection and see where I'm at. And then I'll run through another one. We'll see how much collection I'm getting per pass through. Also, I'm not stopping for chests, so if you stop for chests, it's obviously going to be a lot slower in terms of grinding coins. Going back to what I was talking about a few minutes ago, like you can see how this one cluster, right, if you just follow the stuff in the cluster, it just kind of keeps going and going. A lot of little outlying sections to it. Hey there, not PvPs, how you doing? I'm not going to check it until I get to the end because I want to write it down. But I'm pretty close to the end. There's only 193 points in here, and the last one, for whatever reason, is like far away and isolated from everything else. So I tend to not go to the last one. Like I want to say it's like 100 meters or more, 200 meters, something like that. Something ridiculous. It's not really worth going to in terms of like timelines, time frames. You can see I kind of circled back to a place that I'd already. Oh no, actually, this is some other person randomly mining, and it's Indigo. Hello, Indigo. I guess he's going backwards down this path. That's the problem when you're in a co-op, right? You tend to get pulled to the same servers as other people. I don't know how much of this he's actually done. Five gold points. Okay, that's not too bad. Actually, I'm gonna have to figure out how to get to a different mine. I don't know if there's such thing as a max collection. I'm looking to get higher ranked in it. I'm at, oh, that collection doesn't update, I'm thinking, until we switch servers maybe. I'm definitely not at 51.1, that's where I was a minute ago. It's a day 6 server, so I'm pretty sure if I leave, I'll get pulled right back to it. Nope, we got to a different server. Alright. So another thing I fixed on this is like the path resets when you go to a new server, so that's kind of nice. Alright, so we'll go down and we'll take a look at the collection numbers. I'm not sure if they're going to be accurate. I don't know how fast they update. I think switching servers may have done it though. Yeah, so 51.8. Yeah, just done a note here. Four 157. These yogs are super annoying. So I broke, 22,000 blocks-ish, or 21,000 or so, in that almost all the way through the path. So it does burn your fuel pretty fast on this, but fuel costs are negligible compared to what you're getting. Let me get away from these yogs real quick. Why are there so many yogs? And I'm gonna figure out my inventory here. So what I generally like to do for this, if I'm trying to max my money that I'm getting, I'm going to take the coal and the hardstone usually is what I usually sell, but we'll take the enchanted coal, make those into enchanted blocks, and then make some. Let me get a little more coal here to see if we can get another enchanted block out of it. Like you can see that one little bit, that one little section I did was like 3,700 coal. It's kind of ridiculous. Alright. And then I usually get some enchanted iron just by the little bit of iron I run across. We don't really need that much of it, so I'll just grab some. Make the buckets with yogs, I'll tell you. So depending on what the prices are at, sometimes it makes sense to make buckets, sometimes it makes sense to just sell the coal. It all changes. I'm just gonna instance all the rest of the stuff. I don't really care about it. All right, so we've got our collection number, we've got our money number. I should write down iron. I don't really care about iron that much. So anyways, I'll go through this. So we're gonna go through one pass and see how much coal we get, collection we get in that single pass of the coal path here. And then we can figure out how long it would take to get to number 1 in coal. I think it's 380,000. I'd look that up too. Yeah, Iron Man is tough. Like, not being able to just get the things that you need, you know, have to grind every single thing. It's hard if you want to just kind of play casually, because you have to really grind stuff otherwise. So with school starting, it's probably not a bad idea to be on a different profile. Crit 7's, you know, would be a rough miss even on a regular profile, though. That's a pretty expensive little book there. I get my Iron Man fix by doing bingo every month. That keeps me from wanting to wander off and start an Iron Man profile.
I just want to go back.
Doom Turtles, I've been streaming the mic for like months, man. Not PvPs. I tried to get a Pandora's box. I failed by about 30 million coins, I think. Maybe more than that, maybe 50 million, but I wasn't able to be online when the auctions were ending, so everyone, you know, out basically bid sniped and ruined it for everyone else. I put in my bid like 4 hours before the end of it, so I didn't really expect to get it, but it would have been nice. I thought I put in a decent bid, but everyone was waiting for that last second. Like the Clover helmet, right, which is the one that gives you more magic find. That went all the way up to like 4 billion for number 1, right? I talked to someone earlier who got they paid 3.3 billion, and they were like the number 7 person, right? So it was super expensive. A lot of those items, I don't know what the other items went for. I expect they were probably pretty high too. Like the regalia is probably super expensive. I need to focus on coal. I keep running off these other little tangents, but I need to really kind of keep the pace going here for coal. Hey puppy, how you doing? So Doom Turtles, yeah, I'm trying to get to at least higher in the rankings on coal. I'm like number 700 something or other right now. And I you know, have this path that Indigo and I dug out to find all the places where coal was in this area, and I've been using it to kind of bump my collection level up. And it's fairly fast in terms of collection. I think it's almost 2 million collection per hour, something like that. We'll find out in a minute exactly how much we're going to be able to get. Well, more than a minute, like when I get to the end of the path, 30 minutes or so. But yeah, like it'll be one of those things where it's like, okay, do I really want to go, you know, put in all the effort to get to number 1 in coal at like 380 million coal, or do I want to, you know, spend my time doing other stuff? But the nice thing is I don't really have to worry too much about coal versus or coal collection grinding versus money, because it's actually making a fairly decent amount of money. Now I'm sure as more people do it, it's going to go down, right? Like more supply in the market is going to make it cheaper. But one of the things that they're changing is the way gabagool is created. So more people might make gabagool, and more gabagool means more expensive coal. So I think either way, it's going to be pretty steady, even if more people are doing it. I'm hoping it's going to be pretty steady. Because if it's pretty steady, it's almost as good as mining, just jade in the Divins mines in terms of overall coins per hour. And it's, not super stressful or anything. You don't have to fight anyone for the coal usually. The mines can be a bit of a battle of wills, between people who are trying to monopolize all the jade points. So Vision, if you're going to start a new profile, I just put up a quick start guide a little while ago for rapidly ramping up your profile, but I just did one for how to get eggs to make your pets, right? And so that would be worth doing right at the start of your Iron Man, because it doesn't really take long. It's like 10 minutes of, probably 20 minutes of actual gameplay, a little bit of AFKing, and then, coming back and emptying some minions. So you might want to do that right at the start of your profile just to get everything going and get your recipes on the path to being unlocked. Alright, I'm going to hop off the mic for a few minutes here, just kind of chill out and relax mining, but feel free to leave questions in the chat and I'll answer them when I turn the mic back on. Mostly I just kind of want to veg out and not trying to swap between screens reading text and stuff. So anyways, leave your questions and I'll answer them in a few minutes. Not PvPs. I don't know how much you can make. Honestly, it's a hard question to answer because powder and how powder is assigned in Heart of the Mountain, and so many other things are going to come into factor on that, like what gems you have on everything. Like it's just not something you can really calculate very easily for someone else. My suggestion: do 5-minute tests. Right? Go find whatever you want to test. Put a timer on for 5 minutes. Do it, and then at the end, all you got to do to figure out like how much per hour, you multiply by 12, right? Because there's 12 sets of 5 minutes in every hour. So you can do a quick little test like that and get a kind of ballpark for how much you're going to get, if you're doing things longer term. A wolf fighter in PB Mountain. Okay, yeah, so Wolfire, your question was it better to put a quick claw on your Bal pet? And the answer is yes. Bal is basically most effective with quick claw. You can see, like, I'm down in the Bal area, right? And I have a quick claw on my Bal pet. So my mining fortune down here is 2,373. If I switch to the Scathe pet, it's significantly lower than that, right? So it's 2,188. So if you're going to be in the area that Bal is in, the quick claw is going to get boosted the same way that the rest of your stats get boosted by Bal, right? So it's definitely worth putting the quick claw on the Bal pet. I mean, you should have it on both. You should have it on your Scathe pet too. So. Yeah, strictly YouTube. These are my own coordinates. I haven't released them anywhere yet. I'll probably put a coal path together for my public path at some point, but this is all stuff I've got that I haven't really put together or published anywhere yet. Like all of these are in the mod I'm writing, so it's not even like set of coordinates really. I'm coal mining for collection and for coins, so I can get the coal collection, I can get closer to number 1 in the coal collection while making 20 million coins an hour. It seems like a pretty decent trade-off. Like the 5 million coins less that I would get if I just kept grinding more jade aren't really going to make a significant difference, to me at this point. I don't need the money for anything in particular, so maybe with some of the Shin stuff I do, but I think it's still probably a good plan to grind coal for a while and try to get closer to that number 1 coal spot while still making a decent amount of coins. And I'm getting mining XP and stuff like that too. It's not a lot, but not minimal either. Alright, so that was once through the whole path. We're going to ignore 193 over there. It's an outlier, like 234. That's kind of an artifact of the way the path got built out. So, let's check the coal collection real quick. Oh, right, I have to switch servers for the coal collection update. So, let's do that, and I'll sell stuff off first, and then we'll check the coal collection. So generally once through the path has been about 35 minutes or so, just because I don't have enough points in it yet. I've got a little bit of stuff in the inventory here I'm just going to dump and get rid of negligible. Then what I usually do, you know, like if you look right now, I've already got 9,000 something in my enchanted coal in the enchanted sack here, so. Usually I just don't empty these things out, but I kind of want to know how much I got for one pass through, so I'm going to empty everything I got, including hardstone and everything else. We sold off all these things at the very start of the run through that path, so I had completely empty inventory of all these things. Alright, so that's all the little things that we picked up from gold, but it's not enough to really matter. So we'll make the enchanted coal blocks. I've got a personal compactor that has enchanted coal blocks in it, so it makes it a little bit easier with that. And then we'll get our iron and hardstone. So these are the things I mainly sell. I let the other stuff kind of build up. They're worth some, but not much. The bulk of it's going to be in these three items. So we'll sell off these. So, you know, sell offer versus like instant sell price and the stuff is not very high, right? It's not much of a difference. It matters more when you like have a significant amount of it. So I usually try to sell the enchanted hardstone as enchanted hardstone rather than the concentrated stone, just because it seems to have a higher sales price. And then the other thing I can do is just get this coal up. Not much, but might as well sell it too. And we'll usually get more money if we go with enchanted lava buckets. You can see they're a little high right now, usually around 400,000 or so per. But we get a number of enchanted lava buckets out of our batch of. And again, this was one pass right through the whole path there. So we're close to say 10 million or so, 11, almost 12 million of enchanted lava buckets. And then we have a few things left over. We can just sell those off. I'm not going to use a calculator for this. I'm just going to ballpark it from the numbers we have in chat here. So, 350 or so. So 12,250 or so. 12,350. Another 700,000. So about 13 million from 35 minutes of grinding through there to get that collection. So, a little more than 21 million. I think that's a little high right now just because the enchanted lava buckets are higher than I've seen them recently. So, so we're getting about what we would expect, out of that path. And then in terms of the coal, we're now at 53425. So let me check that real quick. So that was 1.5, well, almost 1.6 million coal collection in 35 minutes. It was 1,584,426 coal. So, I'm gonna say that the 5 minutes was probably 184 is probably more than it would be, but let me just divide this by 35, actually. Let's do that, make it easier. About 45,000 per minute, about 2.7 million collection per hour. About 140 hours of coal mining like that would get me to the #1 position in coal. That's a lot. That's a lot. But by the same measure, right? 140. Let's say we continue to make 21 million an hour, right? That's 2.9 billion coins, right? 2.94 billion coins. So it might be worth it to sit there and mine coal for 140 hours to try to get to the #1. The coal collection. Yeah, like, okay, so 140 hours. Like, let's just do like a normal quote unquote. Let's do an 8 hour day, right? So 140 hours, 8 hours a day. That's only 17 days, 17 and a half days. So you could do it in 2 weeks. Grinding 8 hours a day. That's a lot. But even then, like, could do it in a month, grinding 4 hours a day. That's more reasonable, you know. Like, the only thing I want to do is mine coal. I don't know if I'm satisfied with just mining coal forever, though. That's gonna be a thing. But I can also just do it a couple hours a day, and that's gonna move me forward quite a bit. So I think I was at around a little under 800. I think it was 789 when I looked earlier, and now we're up to 724 in terms of the number of the ranking coal collection. So you can see my other collections have started to drop off. I'm all the way down to 800 in Mithril. That's partly because of all the bots. You know, for things like Hardstone, I've moved up actually because I'm digging through a lot of things to get to full. Gemstones, you know, are kind of holding steady. A lot of that's bots too, though, and a good chunk of that is we were penalized for being in a co-op for a long time, so my levels weren't as high as they could be in terms of gemstones. And then over on the mining skills XP, I didn't check this number earlier. I'll probably go back and look in the video and see what it was, just to kind of see how much I'm getting per path. Actually, that might make sense to make a note of this real quick. What I'll do is check that again after the next run through. But before we do that, you know, I've been streaming for a little while here. I'm going to take a quick break, get some drinks refilled, and grab a snack, and I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back here. I think what we're gonna do next is check that mining XP per path. And I'm gonna do a better job of keeping track of just how long it takes to get through the path this time. I was ballparking it based on previous time, attempts last time, but they're different every time. So it's kind of hard to say that yes, it definitely was 35 minutes the last particular time. So I'll have a stopwatch going to kind of figure it out, and we'll have a much better estimate. So let me do two things here. I'm going to measure the collection change again too, because I want to see if what we found a bit ago holds up. Already get that. Let me just copy it from the previous one. We're at 53,425,000 collection right now. I'm not sure if it's Guy or Guy. That's one of my things on my to-do list. I've been trying to fix the path setup that I've got first, so I can try to maybe get a better path out of it. It's not optimized at the moment, so I'll see how that goes, and probably release something in the next couple days. Like I want to do the iron path too, and there's so many points. It's hard to make an efficient path out of it. I kind of want to add more points for the coal before I release it too. So it's one of those things where I'm just trying to get all my ducks in a row before I put something out. Yeah, it's one of those things that's just hard to know. Like the idealized path, not path, the idealized powder, the 90,000 powder that you could get is one of those things where you have to basically hit all 2x powders back to back, right? That does happen sometimes. That's kind of like the most ideal perfect place. So the 45,000 is like the worst case, right? You know, in terms of like having maxed mole and the Great Explorer and stuff like that turned on. So it's gonna really depend on your setup, like what you have powder in, how much powder you have. Like it's not really one of those questions you can really answer very well, other than just to try it out and see where it gets you. So my recommendation, though, for kind of doing experiments like that, you just do it for 5 minutes, right? You grind for 5 minutes. You set a timer, and you check your numbers when you start and numbers when you end. And what you're looking for basically is to multiply that by 12, right? And that's going to tell you how much you would make in an hour, right? Because there's every 5 minutes, there's 12 sets of 5 minutes in an hour. So you can do these little experiments and get a pretty good ballpark most of the time. Like it's not going to be perfect, but like if you actually did it for an hour, you might have a number higher or lower. But it definitely will be close. So or close enough that it probably doesn't matter. So just run your own little test. You don't have to spend a lot of time doing it. You can just kind of figure it out for yourself, and that may help you decide to put powder in a different configuration, right? You may want to put certain parts of your heart of the mountain differently, depending on how that comes out. But I think Indigo is not maxed out. He's doing pretty good with powder for that. I don't know what his numbers are. He might be able to tell you, but a couple other people have tried it. They seem to be finding it to be productive. For me, where I have like high pristine and everything else and all the maxed equipment, et cetera, it'd be faster for me to do the holoscoms, especially with the warp nucleus capability that we didn't have when I first made that video on doing the fast holoscoms. That's actually going to be pretty significant in terms of reducing the time that you're away, because it was, you had to run back to the crystal nucleus, you had to talk to the guy, you had to kind of like go back and forth between points and stuff. So there's a lot of these points in here. Might want to just skip ahead. See how these look. Yeah. So anyways, experimentation, try to figure out what you want to, what's most effective for you is something no one's going to be able to tell you. It's really what I'm trying to say. Like, you gotta try it out and see. If you've got a gemstone gauntlet, you're about 20% slower than a Divenstriel in terms of like mining speed and stuff. If you're running around in Yogg armor, that's a different case than if you're using Sorrow that has jade and amber gems on it. There's all sorts of little things like that are going to kind of come into play for that. The best bet on all of these things is try it yourself, see where you're at. And then do once you find a couple of options, like one or two things that look promising, try them out for a full hour and see if they hold up. Right, so there's a lot to be said for experimentation and just kind of taking actual measurements and figuring out what works best for you, rather than trying to follow someone else's advice, because it's going to depend so much on equipment, on powder, and everything else. Hey, sorry, I'm in the middle of a timed test, so I'm not really focusing too much on chat, but I'll catch up on some questions here. So the first one was from Guy. He asked what place in coal I am. I'm in the 700s still. Got a long way to go for coal, but I do think that I can make it at least to the top, 100 at least, fairly easily. Hopefully better than that, maybe even top, and maybe even, who knows? Like, I could, if I really worked at it, I could probably get to number 1 pretty easily. So there's that. The other side of it is, I'm kind of doing this for both collection and money, so I'll get a fair amount of coins out of it too. That's one of the things I'm testing right now is mining XP. How much mining XP does this give compared to, like mithril mining or jade or something like that? So, someone, let's see, who was this? Ruby had asked what waypoint mod. Holt had said hello mostly. Hi Holt, how you doing? But the mining mod is my own personal mod that I've written myself. I'm in the process of testing it out. I might release it at some point with my personal paths from all the different videos in it. It's still a work in progress. Like, it's only a couple weeks old at the most. I'm just kind of play testing some of the paths in here. That's one of the things I'm doing with the coal. I need to, go through iron and make sure iron makes sense, and go through, the public paths that I've had for a while that I haven't looked at in forever, and make sure that they all make sense with this this little mod. But there's a couple little nice things we've added here in this. Mostly like the distance only to the next point, so you can kind of ignore everything else. Like, we only show a certain number of points within a radius of you. So if it's within 30 blocks or less, it gets like a different color, right? We don't show all the points all the time like you do with some of the other mods that we've used in the past, like SB and SkyTills. So little things like that make it a little bit easier. A lot of times, you end up with points when you're doing a mining path like this. You end up with points on the same XYZ, Y layer basically. So, when it happens, you get all of your labels overlapped visually, right? And you can't really make see the distinction between them, which makes it hard to find the next point you're supposed to be going to. So this kind of grew out of a desire to get away from that sort of setup and have a little bit more, a smaller set of points to deal with, and then have a little bit more features to kind of make it easier to see where you're supposed to go next. So, like, you can see I've got a cyan color and a distance marker on points I haven't been to, the next point that I haven't been to yet. I got a couple of little commands to reset the points and to set the next point, or to find the next point if I have to come into the middle of a path, stuff like that I've been working on. And a lot of it's just because it's an old mod on an old version of Forge. A lot of the things I need answers to, I have to go dig through old forum posts and stuff, and it's not always easy to find an answer like you would with one of the newer mods working on a newer version of Minecraft. So, so there's been a lot of like research and stuff that's taking me more time than I expected, trying to figure this stuff out. But I think it's getting pretty close to being ready, and then it's going to be a question of like how are the paths? Are we going to have good paths for everyone to use? And I want to also set it up so you can set your own paths and create your own paths. But since it's like very specific to mining, one of the things I'll do is make it like easier to add points to a path. So instead of like setting a waypoint with a label for every place you're going, it'd probably be something like, hit the up arrow to bring up the last command and add the word, or at the end of the path name, like add, to add points, and it'll just like automatically put it in there and configure it for you. Like, that's kind of like the goal, is making it very simple to make your own paths, to have custom paths that you can share with other people, and just generally have a little bit easier time for very mining specific stuff. That a lot of the other mods have all sorts of things they do. Their pathing is okay for the most part. They work really well for like showing someone else where a chest is, or showing them somewhere a ball is, or something like that. Those are great. And I don't really need to replicate their functionality, so I can make it a little bit more specific to building a mining path, which I can use myself, for videos and stuff, and makes it a little bit easier for people to kind of build a community resource with these things. So that's kind of what I'm looking at doing right now, in terms of like this mod. and I'll probably have alpha testers at some point, but I don't even have, I don't have any of the other stuff I would need to get set up, like a place to distribute it, or need to figure out if I want to put it on GitHub as an open source or something like that. It's kind of like my very poor Java writing skills on display there, so I don't know how much I want to put out into the world. But yeah, those are all things I'll decide later on. Top 1,000 on coal, I want to say was right near 48 million, maybe 50 million. I don't know, that's not right, because I'm at 50 million, 53 million now, so it's somewhere in there. 45 million, I want to say, is probably pretty close. Hearthstone collection, yeah, it's going up. I'm actually up to 245 in Hearthstone now, which I haven't really paid a lot of attention to in the past. Up to 249, not 250. And I don't know, I didn't write down the Hearthstone numbers, so I can't really tell you how much this is getting. What we're trying to do right now is figure out, every pass we go through this, how much mining XP are we getting? Because we get a lot of coal, right? And the coal breaks very quickly, and iron and stuff. Even though the coal is not very much in terms of, the individual XP per block, you've got efficient miner going on. You've got large sections of coal going on. So one of the things that we're looking at is what the mining XP looks like from just one trip through the path. And then also on top of that, how much of the how long does it take to go through this segment of the path? I think it's probably about 35 minutes, but I've got an actual timer running this time to kind of make sure. So we'll go through and we'll kind of get some basic answers to those questions, and that'll give us a little better understanding of how well this does. Yeah, it's like it's so much easier to see what you're doing and where you need to go next with the setup I've gotten here. Like, you don't get overwhelmed with all your waypoints, and it's very obvious where you need to go next. And then if you have to skip part of the path, like you can actually there's a command to basically go to the next point, or the next closest point. So if you have to like jump through a room, it's in the middle of the path, you can get around it pretty easily. That helps a lot when you have something like Val that eats up a bunch of the points, in the path, all in one go. Alright, that's one trip to the path. We're going to ignore that 193 over there. Back to the island real quick. We'll check our numbers here. There's them on chat too. So there's 194, but 2 of them don't really work out very well. They're either isolated from other points or they're just too far away at the end. I don't know if I'm going to make that whole path public or not. I may make a different path public. I'm just not sure yet. I need to experiment some more with it. But I will have some kind of public path for coal at some point. I already have one sort of. I just never made a video about it. So there's a couple of things like that I'll look into. Let's take a look at our numbers real quick. So collection-wise, we were at 50. Let's see where we were. 53,425. So we went up. We went up 1.4 million in collection on that trip through the path. And it took probably about 36 minutes with a couple of pauses in there. So that's about what we were seeing before. One thing that we didn't get on this one, the coal path was interrupted by a room in one spot. So that actually cut into the amount that we would have gotten. So I think our ballpark that we used for this was about right, though, in overall grand scheme of things. So that number checks out. And let's take a look at the actual mining XP. So we went up 198,437 mining XP on that one trip through the path. So that was, 36 minutes or so. Actually, it's probably closer to 37 minutes going through the path. So almost 400,000 mining XP per hour, which is, honestly, I don't know how good that is. It seems pretty good. I'm trying to remember how much I was getting XP wise per hour on Mithril. I want to say it was a lot more than 400,000 an hour, but I'm just not sure. I feel like we were getting, a couple million pet XP, but that's going to be different. And also, it's probably with the silverfish pet, so that's going to have an impact too. So, anyways, some mining XP, decent amount, probably not the best. It's probably still Mithril for just the continuous nature of Mithril, but it's not nothing. Yeah, well, and Pollute, I think I'm thinking more for people who are like not really able to mine Mithril that fast. Like you can get to the Crystal Hollows and you can still have a fairly decent speed for cutting through hardstone. And use like mineral armor or something like that. So I think 400,000 an hour for a lower level person would be pretty good, but it's not great for like a high level person. So. Now back to the question of coins per hour. So. See what we had. I feel like there's a couple of branches of paths I didn't run across this time that I had on the other one too. So it's kind of they're all going to be a little bit different just because the room locations are going to change significantly between servers, and the more rooms you have interrupting, obviously the more you lose. So. I cleared my mining sacks out completely when we started, so this is all from this run. We got a little bit less coal out of it. That's going to be a little bit less there. Probably about the same amount of hard stones. I think we went through about the same number of blocks, which is a pretty good sign for consistency. Just, I'm going to check this real quick. So if we just sold the enchanted blocks of coal, 11.2, and if we sold iron, it's 300, so it's going to be around 11.5, 11.6, somewhere in there, if we sold it as sell orders for the things that we already have. And then the question is, if we convert those to enchanted lava buckets, how much does it go up? That's going to depend on the price of coal. It's going to depend on the price of iron. It's just going to depend on the demand for lava buckets, right? There's only so many lava buckets that the market can take. Whereas, like for coal, in at least enchanted coal directly, right? It's used to make gabagool, so there's a market there for that. So let's just get these other things out for sell orders. That one block of coal was worth 200,000 coins. So yeah, it would actually have been better to sell those as coal and enchanted iron, I think, separately. So, when we looked at making just a sell offer, it was higher. It was 11.6 when we looked at the two things. So anyways, so you just kind of have to like check your prices. Like here we lost, 500,000 coins, 400,000 coins, something like that. But most of the time, it's not going to be that far off from each other. It's really going to depend on like how many people are making gabagool and how many people are doing things like that. Boom is one of the bingo splashers. All right, so let's get rid of the rest of the stuff in the inventory. Obviously one of the problems you run into is you end up with coal at 1,200. Actually, that's a pretty good price for enchanted coal. So what I might want to do is make a run through and not automatically compress those in the blocks. I don't remember where I put my block of coal. This one here. We'll see what the sell order looks like for the next run through. So that price is fluctuating all over the place. Earlier this was 1,300 when I put my last buy or sell order up. Now it's down to 1,200, so you can see that the price just kind of fluctuates. And it's going to go all over the place. It really depends on who's doing what. So as I mentioned earlier, we're running low on drill fuel. It goes through drill fuel pretty fast for this. Let's get some fuel and just restock it all the way. So 7 of these. So, yeah, Dutch, I've been using the mic for a little while. One of the things that I'm kind of curious about is what you guys think of the music. I've been debating whether or not it would make sense to switch up the music stations, play something other than lo-fi. I don't know quite what would switch it to, but I have an ongoing. I've been playing a lo-fi station for so long now. I don't know what anyone else would be interested in listening to. All right. So one of the questions was how much Hearthstone collection are we going up on these runs? So I was at 249, number 249 in Hearthstone earlier, and now I'm at 243. So that's a pretty good jump in places. I'm up about 100 positions in coal from the start of the stream, I think. So, you know, it's moving for sure. Like, it's definitely heavy metal. Okay, so lots of votes for keeping the music the way it is. I was thinking like relaxed EDM, like chill EDM. I'm not sure what they call that anymore. That seemed like maybe a choice, but we can stick with lo-fi for now. All right, so we'll run through this again. And let's take a look at the Hearthstone collection this time. So let me put that number in here. Where was that? Hearthstone 299111182. All right, so okay. I'm gonna do the timer again for this, just to help figure out how consistent these are. We got fresh fuel, and we've got brand new server. We'll see how this goes. I think there's a Streamlabs mod for the CloudBot thing that lets you take like station control requests and stuff like that, but I haven't looked into that yet. Before. So yeah, like that might be an option, is just kind of like turn the control over to other people and let them play from a list of, you know, approved stations or something like that. So Lapis and Redstone, there's a question if we're going to have roots for Lapis and Redstone. I think probably yes. It may not be like specifically like for Lapis or for Redstone, but one of the things you'll notice as we go through this, you get to some areas, and when you go up higher, like down where I am, you get mostly just iron and coal, right? That's like really what's down here. But if you go up higher on some of these, that taken care of. You know, you'll find like these clusters of gold and iron and coal, redstone and lapis too, all kind of squashed together up higher in the map. So what I'll probably at some point do is try to like map those things out, like those clusters, and use that as kind of a multi-ore path that would have just all those things on it. Because I don't really think there's a lot of lapis outside of those things. The same with redstone. I just don't think there's a large number of them outside of those clustered areas. So I think as long as I find the clusters, you know, path people to the clusters, it should be pretty good for, you know, finding the other stuff. I have not done, you know, any kind of like test on lapis well, I've done, sorry, I can say I have done a test on lapis on bingo, right? I have a path that has like a number of lapis coordinates. I tried that out on bingo, and what I found was it just took too long to go from point to point through the hardstone at the low levels you're at on bingo, right? So a brand new week old profile, right? To make it worthwhile, but on a, you know, higher level account, maybe with sorrow armor or something like that, maybe it's worthwhile. Maybe it's more, and you can do a fair amount. The trick was mostly the distance between things and having to dig through the hardstone. So it could be that if you have, you know, if you're fast enough to go through the hardstone quickly, then it makes sense to do it that way. What I find though is like if you're low level, the carts are going to be better just because you don't have the efficient miner or enough efficient miner to wipe out the carts in like 1 or 2 hits, right? So you can see here like some of the redstone is mixed in with this, right? So there's a lapis here, some gold. These little clusters are what I'm talking about, maybe trying to map out. And they're just a little bit higher up than what I've been digging in the past. But they're still in the bow area, so they still get higher fortune, so theoretically they'd be better to mine them here. You already get more drops in the crystal hollows than you do other places, right? So, you know, it kind of makes sense to mine in the crystal hollows for some of these things if you can get to them quickly. And it's really that difference between going through hardstone when you have high levels of mole and the difference, you know, when you don't have mole at all, right? They kind of are the driving factor. And again, like mineral armor, right? You need mineral armor really to take advantage of the clustering of these things, right? So either efficient miner, you know, if you've got a lot of powder, or mineral armor is going to be almost a requirement for these things to be able to do them efficiently. So. But, you know, like I was saying, these clusters have redstone and lapis and stuff. More redstone than lapis. You know, more iron and coal than the other little ores. So they're kind of like just spread all over the place. But theoretically, you should be able to, you know, map them out pretty quickly. Same way that we did the rest of these things. The problem with cart mining is you run out of stuff to cut if you have a high level of efficient miner, right? It breaks all the blocks and you got nothing left. So it can be a little frustrating if you try to do that. It messes up your cadence. Now when you're like on a bingo or a low level and you're breaking a block or 3 at the most, you know, at a time, it's not bad. The carts are really good for lapis at those low levels. But if you're trying to make money off of it, you know, you're probably not going to be doing too good. I'm going to take a quick break from the mic for a few minutes, and I'll answer your questions in a bit, but I want to kind of not try to keep up with chat for a few minutes while I dig through these. So I'm going to do that, and you know, feel free to ask questions, and I'll catch up on them when I get back to the mic here in a moment. But for now, I'm just going to kind of focus on grinding. All right. So let's see here. That took a little bit longer than previously. About the same number of blocks, though. I think I did a little more up and down, and also there wasn't any rooms interrupted there. And you can see we're closer to 13,000, or sorry, 13 million instance cell because of it. So there was more things that we did rather than it just being, a longer time cutting through Hearthstone or whatever. That's one of the things I was trying to mention earlier is that sometimes you're going to get different results on different servers. So let's take a look and see where we got. The question we were trying to answer this time around was, what does the Hearthstone collection look like when you're going through this? And previously we had 29,911,000, and now we're up to 30,126,000. So it's not as much as you would think. Now, part of this is because there's no fortune, or the same fortune doesn't really apply to things like Hearthstone that apply to the ores. So that's a good contributor to why this number is different. So we did 215,000 Hearthstone. Now, that said, that's still moved us up a couple, I think one whole rank here. I want to say we were at 249 earlier. We were at 243 before we tried this run. Now we're at 242. So it's definitely contributing to moving up the rankings for Hearthstone. You can see our coal, we went up about the same amount we went up last time, but now we're at number 649. That's an improvement. Wow. That's a very, let's see, not sure what that translates to, but I've been a member for a while, so. Is that a sticker? I don't know if I've seen a sticker in chat yet. Go look and see if I can see that better on YouTube. Yeah, I think that's one of the members or a sticker thing. That's kind of cool. All right, anyways, back to what we were talking about. So, generally speaking, oh, I'm sorry, one of the other questions we had was how much coins did we just get? So one of the things I had changed was not putting a enchanted coal block in my personal compactor. Now, we were going to use that to see if we have more money coming in block form, or if we just sell the enchanted coal by itself. So let's take a look, get these things compressed, all the stuff that's in the sacks. We'll set up our orders here in a second. Okay. So one of the problems with doing enchanted coal as enchanted coal is you have to set up multiple orders. Like, we have a lot of inventory of coal here. So 2.7 million per inventory. It's almost a full inventory. I've got 2 items in my actual inventory. So coal's actually holding pretty steady on the price, it looks like. So that's a good sign for us. This is probably going to be better than selling the coal blocks that we tried to do earlier. But again, it takes longer, right? You spend more time trying to get your things into the bazaar. You can see that the instant sell versus the non-instant sell is not 10%. It's a little less than 10%, but still, it's a significant, because that's an individual coal block, and we're selling 10,000 of them, right? So. may make a significant difference on a sell order versus instant selling. But also, like I said, takes longer. So. And we'll sell our iron. I don't have that much iron. I don't prioritize iron when I'm going through. I'm really just grabbing it kind of as it comes up. All right, so let's take a ballpark look at this. So 690. Well, those are already filling. Huh. All right, so 1.1-ish. That's going to be close to 3, 2.7, 5.4. I don't know. That might actually have been more money if we could sell them as enchanted lava buckets. The problem is, you can see our orders just aren't filling. Some of them have filled, but they're not filling very quickly. So you have to kind of be patient for these. Some of these are actually starting to fill. That price is pretty close to what it was before, so I think we're not in horrible shape. It's not a super significant difference between selling it as a sell order and selling the enchanted lava buckets. I think the enchanted lava buckets are still a better deal to get more money out of them, but there's extra steps in there, and you have to wait for them to sell, and there's only so big of a market for enchanted lava buckets. Now I've been mining coal today, like pretty extensively, but it's really been probably about 2 weeks since I really started trying to. When I put that video out a few weeks ago, was really when I started poking around it. I haven't sat and done it consistently or done high volume, long sessions of coal. So I'm really just kind of trying to figure out what the best approach is going to be money wise, what kind of collection I'm looking at, how long it's going to take to do it. I had to get to 380 or probably closer to 400 million in order to get to the top 10 or so in coal. That's going to be quite a while. It's going to be something I have to grind for. So. But in the meantime, I'm making a fair amount of coins, so that's always a good thing. What else we have? We didn't look at the lapis and stuff. I have fluctuating amounts of those usually. I don't always try to go after lapis. I'm not really prioritizing anything other than coal. Okay. On the plus side, I think I'm close to, getting real close to 300 million coins in the bank, which is nice. I missed the Pandora's box talisman from the last auction. I was about 50 million short, so I didn't get one this round. So hopefully next time at the end of this SkyBlock year, we'll be able to get that. See where we're at. So we're about 3.5 hours into the stream. I think it's time for another quick break. So I'm gonna go do that, get a drink refill, and I will be back. So Kabuma asked why we're mining under the Goblin Burrows. No, it's nothing particular about this area per se. Like it's probably pretty similar to other areas as well. We just happen to have used this one when we were digging our path. So like the iron path that I've got right now is under this area too. It's not as lucrative as coal, so we're not really focused on that, but basically, if you go underneath pretty much any of these areas, I would expect there to be a pretty similar amount of coal and everything else. Epicest, you had asked how much coins per hour it's making. I'm getting about 21 million an hour, so it's not quite as good as the actual, Mines of Divins on Jade. Well, that depends. It's not as good as you can get a Mines of Divins by yourself, right? Which is always the challenge. So, it's not bad. Comparable. And the other thing is you get, collections like coal, which most people don't grind, right? So it's a little bit easier to move up in the coal, top coal positions. Because everything else is being done by bots, right? They're all running on Mithril or Jade or whatever else. So it's kind of nice to have something that's less competitive and not nearly as preoccupied with bots, or bots aren't preoccupied with it quite so much because it doesn't make as much money, so they don't even care about it. So that's kind of why I'm looking at trying to get to the #1 in coal, but it's going to take a fair amount of work. The coal collection #1 is like 380 million, and I'm only at like 56 million, something like that, so it's going to be a bit of a grind. When we did the calculations earlier, it was looking like it was going to be about 140 hours of a grind to actually get to the point where you had 380 million, and by the time I get there, it'll probably be a little bit higher, so it's kind of going to be an ongoing project for a while. Let's see, right now I think I'm at number 6 something or other, 624. When I started the stream, I was at 789. So you can see I'm going up fairly quick right now. But we'll start getting into the point where people have been running, minions forever, and they're going to have quite a high collection. So we'll stop going up the ranks quite as quickly once we get further into it. I suspect most of my competition is going to be those high-end minions people have been running forever in terms of like the overall collection. I don't think a lot of people manually grind coal, but I could be wrong. I mean, I'm doing it, so. I feel like Indigo looked that up fairly recently, and it was like 380 million. But if someone wants to double check and see where the #1 coal miner is, I would appreciate that. So the map itself is the same on every lobby. The only thing that changes in the Crystal Hollows is where the rooms are. So the paths between the rooms, the veins, all of those things stay the same, which means you can map them out. You just dig them out, mark down the waypoints, and you can pretty quickly go back to them whenever you need to. So what Indigo and I have been doing, just every once in a while, we go through and we dig out an entire area, like goblins or mithril or the jungle or something like that. We'll dig out the entire area at a specific Y height, right? So like we'll go through it, like Y63 or something like that, to look for the veins that have mixed topaz and amber or whatever else. And what we do is basically we find an early day server, we clear out an entire floor or layer of the thing, and then we write down all the coordinates with either SPE or SkyBlock, whatever. We use SPE for the most part, but then what I did is I took those coordinates that we've basically like gathered manually, right, and I wrote my own mod that shows those paths. So this is kind of like a custom deal right now. I will probably release it at some point, but what I've got is basically a mod that takes a config file that has the paths in it and then shows you those paths, tries to do some optimization, and gives you like this next waypoint to your next thing that you need to go to in the path. Should probably try. I haven't really tried this out. We've been doing coal because that's one of the things that we have a large number of points on. There are a couple other things that we have that I haven't really tested out much. Like there's some mithril path and things like that. There's an iron path. I've been mostly focused on coal because my goal is to get higher in the coal collection rankings. But there's, some play testing that's needed on the other paths that I've had in the past. So I've got like my manual paths that I've made. I want to change this mod a little bit too. I need to add the ability to actually go and create new paths and add points to it, make it easier for Indigo and I. Because one of the things that's kind of annoying with SVE is like as you add points, right? Every time you make a point, you have to give it a new label. So with this setup, since it's very specific to doing mining paths, be able to say, hey, on this path, add a new point and let it label itself, right? So there's some new features and stuff I need to add to this, but that's kind of the, it's only a couple weeks old, so it's really just been kind of playing around and trying to learn how to make all this stuff work. I can catch up on chat real quick. All right, so number one in coal right now is 338 million collection. So Epicist, yeah, we don't do X-ray though. Like we're playing this legit. This is the same as if we had like gone to these things and written down the coordinates. And, basically like we're trying to do it the right way rather than taking a shortcut like X-ray or something like that. And it's kind of one of those things where you find other interesting things as you go along that you might not have been looking for anyway. So it's not like it's wasted effort or anything like that. And we get to feel good about ourselves when we're done. Basically, this is no different than like loading a bunch of SVE coordinates, which we used to do. That was the way we used to do it. Once we got to the point where we had 500 iron points that we had mapped out, it got to be a little difficult to copy and paste those in because you only get like 10 to 12 per line. So, it was a bit bonkers. I just blew right through a ruby and didn't even notice it. So anyways, the the number of points, if you're using like SB or SkyTills, the way they generate not just generate the points, the way they should display their points, makes it a little bit harder to use when you have a significant number of points because you can see all the points at once, right, when you're using those. A lot of times you're at the same Y height, so they end up being stacked on top of each other. So what you end up with in here is just like a big red, yellow, blurry line all the way around. So that's why we started working on, trying to make this to its own mod, where we can kind of control the number of points you can see. It's like we don't overwhelm you with points, right? Make it very easy to see the next point you need to go to, right? So like I'm at 38, 39's over there. It tells me how far away it is. It's a different color. It's the setup automatically tries to find a path to get from all the points in a row, basically, right? As fast as as little distances between them as it can. There's some optimizations that it does, so we don't have to like focus so much on defining a specific path when we're mapping it. We can just kind of gather the points and let the computer sort it out. What's going to be best in terms of going from one point to another. That's still a work in progress too, though, because it breaks down when you have a large spacing between a few points, like for mithril. Or when you just have some weird clustering going on with your points. Like one of the things I don't do on this coal path is the last point, 193, is like 200 meters away from every other point that's been in these nice little 20, 30, 10, even sometimes less than that, distances between points. And it turns out that one particular point is near some of the other points, it just doesn't get picked up while it's going through them because it's not close enough to be considered closer. It's like there's almost like a tie between some of the points, right? And it picks one over the other. So we're gonna have some things like that, and try not to worry about them too much. It really is kind of like there's so many points, it doesn't really matter when you get into the like 500 different points. The Iron Path has some similar things like that, where it's just like you get to a point where there's enough points set that it doesn't really matter if you hit them all. As long as you're just efficiently going between most of the points most of the time. Overall it works out better if you just ignore those ones that are kind of special case or far away or in weird places. Yeah, it wasn't 20 million an hour. It's about 10 million an hour if you're stopping for chests, right? And it depends a lot on what your level of whatever the Great Explorer, I think is the name of the perk, the Heart of the Mountain perk that adds more chests. But I don't really need more powder. I've got, I'm close to, yeah, I'm getting close to 30 million or 25 million gem powder. I've got, 38 million mithril, so I don't really need powder from chests. Hey Esther, how you doing? So at some point, yeah, I'll probably, share a mod and some built-in paths for it. There's some paths I won't add to the mod, like my personal paths for certain gem veins. But I've got a lot of public paths that are still useful for everyone else. So we'll probably add those things. We'll probably add some of the either portions of the bigger paths, or it'll be useful. Like my ideal is to have at least one path for every material you might want to collect. In the public paths even, right? So it's not just the gathering of those paths. I've got a fair number of them already. It's also like finishing out some of the features and getting people to play test the paths to make sure that they're not incredibly wonky or weird. So all those things are going to take a little bit of time. So it's not something I'm ready to dump out there in the world right now, but it's making progress incrementally as we go. And basically what we're doing is, finding what works and what doesn't, and making some tweaks to it and trying new things. So it's got a fair amount of features, not features that you would really know to think of as features, but it's doing a lot of things better than it was when we first started off. Like originally it was just plot all the points and get them to actually show up in the game, And we've gone from that to try to figure out the best way to get between points, And as we played with that, there was things like, when you need to be able to set the next point, you need to be able to find the next point when you're at a point, because sometimes you have, 50 points in the middle of Bow, and you need to basically go to the end of, the number on the far side of Bow and start from there instead of trying to hit every point in the big room. So a lot of little incremental improvements. Mostly it's Indigo and I playing around with it. So we'll probably try to find some more people to give feedback on it and play around with it. But before we do that, I kind of want to have a set of paths for them to actually use, which we don't really have solidified yet. And I think before I actually have anyone else helping out with it, I wanted to at least try to get a system creating your own paths built into this, so setting your waypoints and things like that. That way people can start experimenting with their own stuff and maybe uncover some other problems we might miss otherwise. Yeah, it's kind of a fun little thing to do. I have never made a mod before. I've done some programming, so I'm kind of familiar, but not in Java, right? And then on top of that, it's old Java. It's like old version of Minecraft, old version of ModForge. The version of Java itself, I think, it supports different language versions, generally speaking, in Minecraft, right? And on Hypixel, whatever they do on Hypixel on their server side. But the ModForge stuff for 1.89 is all older JavaScript. So there's you go look up, how do I do this? And you'll get an answer that just doesn't work in the version you're in, right? So there's a lot of little research and poking around, learning what people did in the past. A lot of old forum posts, like the path system that we're using here, the example I found for how do you render a path, points in a 3D space kind of thing in a mod for Minecraft, came from a forum post from 2013. So it was actually before the 1.89 version even, but it still worked, so it seemed okay to use. The later versions of ModForge have a lot of updates to them and a lot of changes to how the systems work, which is why they don't really support the old stuff anymore. You can't even go in the forums and ask questions. They just say, sorry, not supported. Get a modern version of Minecraft. But since so many people use other, and we use it too, we use SPE and we use other things like that, it's kind of a challenged. You got to use the older versions because that's what people are running. Maybe if things are looking nice at some point in this, I might port it forward to some of the more recent versions and try to do that. There's not as much to it as you might think, so it's probably not that hard to port, but it's a whole bunch of research and stuff, which means I'm not playing when I'm trying to do stuff like that. So I try to kind of find the balance here. I spent a lot of the last couple of weeks not playing very much at all while I've been poking around on this stuff, and now I'm trying to get some time in on this weekend to grind up coal collection. Got Diana starting tomorrow, so that's going to be another thing. Going to soak up some time. So we'll just have to see where things go. How would you buy 6 magic find with 100 million you don't have? Indigo is talking about buying 6 magic find somehow. When I was talking to Brendiddy earlier, who bought one of the Clover helmets, one of his the things he was talking about and asking about was how to best do gold collection, right? Because he'd spent 3.3 billion for 8 more or 10 more magic find in the Clover helmet, and he could get 8 more magic find by bumping his gold collection up to 100. So he was like, I just spent all this money on this giant expense for this Clover helmet, and it doesn't make sense for me not to do gold now because I would get almost as much benefit without having to spend all the money. So he might be trying to grind some gold collections in the near future. Divine Miracle. What is Divine Miracle? I think I missed something. Is there an update? Oh, Divine Miracle was the one of the Shin auction items, maybe, right? I don't see it in the auctions anywhere. What the heck are these? I've never seen a secret gift for Juliet before. Anyone know what this is? I mean, they're only like 1.3 million, like pocket change. I don't remember the Romero quest item saying it was a secret gift, though. And also, how would you auction that in the first place? That doesn't seem something that would be auctionable. Oh, anyways. Let's see, who wants to do mithril? Well, I'm going to hang on to this. And we'll figure out what it is. I've done the Romero quest like on Bingo recently. I don't remember the secret gift. Of course, we didn't get very far into it. I wonder what happens if I try to give Juliet another secret gift. So anyways, how do I find a divine gift? Or do they all get sold and no one has any anymore? Indigo, is the divine gift tradable? What is it exactly? Is it just like a accessory type item, or is it something that you like consume for like potions or something? upgradable. Yeah, but what is it? Is it like just something in your inventory, an accessory? Enchant, oh, for armor? Weapons. I don't even remember what I have on my Daedalus axe. Probably have. Well, I've got Chimera. But I think I had like the champion or something like that on there too. Interesting. Okay. So basically, you need to put it on everything you own. I guess I probably would put it on my hype. It makes sense to, but I really want to get the higher level of combat XP on the hype because that's the main thing I use for killing blazes, and I would want to get more faster blazes rather than more magic find. My Daedalus axe, I don't really. I would rather have more magic find on. That would make sense to do that, but I think my hype probably not. Oh, nice! It's a normal enchant, not a one of the special ones. So I guess my only bet is to find someone who has Shin's regalia and ask them to sell one to me. For 100 million coins, I guess is what Indigo was saying. Sorry, Pac-Man, I didn't quite understand what you're saying. You said for you it is a regular enchant. That implies that you've got it, and that makes me wonder where you got it from and how I get one. Yeah, I knew there was a buy limit for things like that, like 5 or something, right? I was, going to try to get a regalia, but it was so expensive. Obviously, because of this exact reason, and there's just so few of them. I guess there's 40 now. There's 2 sets that have gone through, so just not a lot of people with it. One of the things I didn't realize is that all the regalias and stuff or at least the special items are tagged. They're like it was auction number 1 and it was won by this person, and it has like create date and stuff on it. So they're basically like collector's items, which means that people are going to be buying them even though they're not like using them. Someone's going to buy them, throw them in their museum or something. Just have bragging rights. The people who would actually use them are kind of left out in the cold, at least for a little while. Alright, I'm going to go off mic for a little bit here so I can pay less attention to chat for a little while. Kind of wrap up some of these points on this path. I'll probably, I think I'll probably be close to having to empty my inventory. I want to say that 2 runs through this is enough to fill up my enchanted bowl. So I'll probably have to take some time to put things in Bazaar. I'll check back in on chat in a little bit. For now, I'm just going to mute the mic and put you guys in a second. Logi, that's probably a pretty good test. Was that in 30 minutes, you said, or an hour? Yeah. But you said you were doing it in the precursor area, right? So like height 63, or are you further down? I guess you have to be up if you're getting robot parts. Yeah, so one of the things we need to look at is like, if you're at height 63, you can use Val and you get more fortune. But you also have a chance of getting the robot parts from the chests on the top. So it's one of those things where it could be really good, in terms of, and you get topaz too, right, from the chest on the bottom. So that might be a good place to do is to like dig out a path at height 63 for coal and sapphire, or in the precursor area. Right now, though, I'm looking at the clock here, about 6 hours into the stream, and I think I'm going to take a longer break here and stop the stream for now. Generally, I think we're doing pretty good in terms of getting consistent results on the amount of coal we're getting per pass through, coal per hour, all the way up to 549 on the coal collection. We started below 48 million, maybe 47 million, somewhere in there, and now we're at 61. That's pretty good. And there was a couple of longer breaks in there. We've done a lot of talking, done some calculations. So as I've done for the last little while, I filled up my coal in my bag here, in my mining sack. So less downtime. You can definitely get away with like leaving your stuff in your sacks and not having to sell it every time. At some point, I'm going to have to like make a bunch of bizarre sell orders and stuff and clear out this enchanted coal, which will be a little bit painful. But like right now, if I instant sold it, just the stuff I have, I could do so 11 million with my inventory, 27 million, 28 million almost, pretty close to 28. So. Almost 39 million, and that's not counting the stuff that we've gotten here and sell orders for like lava buckets and stuff. So doing pretty decent in terms of coins per hour. I think we're getting a little less just with the breaks and slowdowns and checks and stuff. But I think if you just sit here and grind for hours on end, you're going to get a fair amount of coins. So, anyways, that's going to be it for this stream. If you're not subscribed, please do subscribe. About 67% of my watch hours are for people who are not subscribed to me, so definitely do that if you're not subscribed yet. I'm going to be doing some more quick start guides in the near future. I've already done a couple of those. You can find them on my channel. Did one just recently today, released it for doing eggs, which is helpful for bingo if you have a pet goal and things like that. But yeah, lots of fun stuff coming up in the near future. I'll be looking into releasing this mod at some point too. So keep an eye on the channel, and I'll catch you guys later on.